To get to Citi Field, you hop on the 7 train. It drops you off right outside, and folks can meet. And fans of both Andrew McCutchen and Matt Harvey can come on into the ball game. Pirates going for a 3-game sweep today over the Mets. National League Central Division standings: the Cardinals still 6 games in front of the Pirates. The Cubs still a game and a half behind Pittsburgh. Hi again, everybody, and welcome to Pirates Baseball along with John Wayner. I'm Tim Neverett. Robbie Smikowski is with us too. Well, we've been waiting a long time to see Aramis Ramirez hit a home run in a Pirates uniform. It had been since 2003, but he got it done last night, and steadily he's been driving in a lot of runs.
He was brought here to drive in runs and hit into that cleanup spot, and he got off to a sluggish start, but he's picking it up. I'm sure this felt good. Don't ever see much emotion from Aramis Ramirez, but a fist pump going around the bases yesterday. He's got now 8 RBIs in his last 9 games, hitting .314 in those 9 games, so he's starting to swing the bat a little bit better, and we expect him to drive in runs. He's doing it now.
Pirates have been able to slow down this tough Mets pitching this series with the 2 extra innings win. They will get another tough guy today in Matt Harvey. His last time out against the Rockies, 8 shutout innings.
Yeah, last time against the Pirates, those 7 earned runs in 4 innings. But he is tough to hit. You know, he's got 4 pitches. He throws hard as anybody in the game. One cheek in the armor, though. He gives up the long ball. 16 home runs allowed. Not as big of a strikeout pitcher as you might think either. So today, hopefully, maybe we can get a bomb or 2 off of Harvey and win this series. Sweep this series.
Citi Field, pretty good home run ballpark. Well, time to start spreading the news. The Pirates have been taking on a lot of first-place teams and getting the job done. We'll break that down for you. Jeff Locke, Matt Harvey, the pitching matchup from New York. New York, side of the 3rd game of this 3-game series between the Pirates and the Mets. Looking to break out the brooms are the Buccos today, as they have done well against division leaders, first-place teams. They had the Giants, the Dodgers, first place team in the West, then the Cardinals, and now the Mets, and Rocks 6-2 during that stretch.
Pretty impressive stuff. This was a tough stretch for the Pirates, both at home last week and on the road here. Unfortunately, the 2 losses were to the NL Central leading St. Louis Cardinals, but You know, the averages there, runs per game almost 6. OPS, team ERA still solid, holding the opponents to 264. So a pretty good run through this tough 2-week stretch.
Well, you want to be a big guy, you got to beat the big guys, and that's what the Pirates have been doing. Jeff Locke, Chris Stewart, Ray Surridge heading out to the bullpen to start his warm-ups. And we'll head to Pittsburgh right now, where Dan Potash is standing by with this game break.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go play. On Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. And by Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. Let's go Bucks.
Citi Field in Flushing. That Batman is for Matt Harvey. He is known as the Dark Knight around these parts. So they also say it's a Matt Harvey day when he pitches. But Harvey has not beaten the Pirates yet in his career, although he has been pitching pretty well here at Citi Field. In his last 6 home games here, he's 4-0. In fact, he's made 7 starts this year where he hasn't given up a run, and he hasn't done that in his last couple of starts. So who knows, Rock, maybe he's due.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, the Pirates have had his number. The shortest outing of his career was against the Pirates, his last time out at PNC Park. Obviously, he's one of the best, though. Average velocity-wise, he throws harder than anybody. You just see his numbers, 11-7 at 261 ERA. One thing I was a little surprised by, though, the strikeouts. He doesn't strike out a ton of guys, 135 and 148 innings. but still tough to hit. He mixes it up. He throws all 4 pitches. The slider, curveball, changeup to go with that hard fastball. So you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, Harvey became the first pitcher in Mets history to allow no walks and 1 run or less in 3 straight starts. Polanco leads off for the Pirates. Lineup brought to you by Toyota. Starling Marte making his first start since Wednesday against the Cardinals. Walker hits in the 3 spot today. Ramirez, Alvarez, Ishikawa, and Chris Stewart catching. Pedro Flormon playing shortstop, batting 8. Jeff Locke bats 9. Even though Marte has come off the bench the last 3 games, his left hand feeling well enough where he's able to give it a full go this afternoon. So for the Mets, behind their right-hander Matt Harvey, Juan Lagares starts in center field. Second time he has started in center field. The defense presented by Honda. Granderson and Cespedes flanking Lagares in the outfield. And the infield left to right. Uribe at third, Tejada at short, Murphy at second, Kadire over at first with Travis d'Arnaud catching for the 2nd straight game. Well, Clint Hurdle told me earlier today, Rock, that Yoenis Cespedes was the only guy in the major leagues who could have made that throw last night to throw out Sean Rodriguez at third base.
That was incredible, really was. You don't see that very often. I'm sure it hit all the highlight reels across the nation. From as far away as he was, a perfect one-hopper. Sean Rodriguez had to be shocked, but I think the most shocked guy was his third baseman, Juan Uribe. He looked at him like, that's not supposed to happen. Where did that come from?
Exactly. It did happen. I mean, the ball hit him right in the glove on 1 hop. And right in the path of Rodriguez, who was sliding. Ready to get this one underway as Gregory Polanco settles into the batter's box. 263 hitter. Good night last night, and he starts by showing his bat throwing technique. Wow. I guess that would be a strike.
Gregory has been aggressive of late, attacking those first pitches. His first 4 at bats last night, and then today trying to get to that fastball first pitch.
Well, he reached base 4 times last night on 4 pitches. Last time he did it in the 7th, he reached on an error by second baseman Johnson. Barrel Automotive League leaders stat. You see where he ranks this month. First in average at 392. And the ground ball to second. Murphy bobbles it. Still has time, and there's 1 out. Polanco makes the first out of the ball game. And you hope Starling can start to heat up again now that he's feeling better.
Yeah, nice to see him back in the lineup. Certainly, anytime you mess with the hands for a hitter, there's some concern. You hope you don't lose him for an extended period of time.
Harvey's pitch. Marte takes, and it's high, ball 1. Just showing bunt to get a look at Harvey. 283 average for the Pirates outfielder, playing center field today with McCutchen out of the lineup. 1 ball and 1 strike.
He probably loves those days. I'm sure he misses playing in center field, covering all that ground.
Harvey gets ahead 1-2.
I mentioned the 4 breaking balls or 4 off-speed pitches. That looked to be the slider from Harvey. He averages almost 90 miles per hour with that. And has a changeup and curveball as well.
Strike 3 call. Right down to the bottom of the zone. And there are 2 outs.
With a little bit of movement. A little run. Looked like it started a bit off the outside edge. Runs back right at the knees. It's a good pitch.
Saw the way d'Arnaud caught that. He probably thought it might have been a little too low and tried to bring it back up, but it was a strike. Either way. Well, Neil Walker excited today to learn he was batting in the 3 spot. Doesn't get a chance to do this very often. Nobody does in the Pirates because McCutchen's there all the time. To left center field. That ball is going to get down. Lagares cuts it off. Walker heading for second base. Here's the throw. Neal slides. He's safe. A 2-out double for Walker.
He's just been an extra base hitting machine of late, Neal Walker. And what should have been an easy, sure double. A very close play. As, after Walker takes the first pitch fastball for a strike, gets another one. Just picture perfect swing. Gets the foot down, keeps the hands inside. Lagares with a strong, accurate throw, trying to imitate Cespedes from a night ago, but Neal gets there just ahead of the tag.
Maybe a good thing Cespedes wasn't in center field today.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Lagares.
No, that was a good, strong, accurate
throw. So here is Aramis Ramirez. Walker off second base. And Ramirez hits a ground ball to the left side. Uribe grabs it. And that's the end for the Pirates. No runs, a hit, a man left. And a half an inning, no score, and the Mets coming to bat against Jeff Locke. Field. Terry Collins Mets had won 4 in a row coming into this series, but the Pirates have beaten them 2 straight. Their 3rd win in a row today over the Metropolitans. And the Mets lineup: Juan Lagares leading off, Curtis Granderson and Yoenis Cespedes in the 3 spot. 5 for 11 with a double and a home run this series. Uribe hits cleanup. Murphy 5th. Kadire back out at first base today. D'Arnaud catching. Ruben Tejada is the shortstop. Matt Harvey bats 9th. Against Pirates lefty Jeff Locke.
And Jeff Locke, his numbers are brought to you by Hyundai. 23rd start of the year, 4.43 the ERA. And Jeff Locke has to know he's taking the mound today with a bullpen that was it's not very well rested. A lot of use yesterday and the night before. So Jeff Locke knows he has to come out here, try to be efficient, and go deep in the ball game. We're looking at least 6. Hopefully more.
Juan Lagares will lead off. And Locke's first pitch to him is in there for a called strike. And as far as the bullpen goes, Melanson's pitched 3 straight days, so he is down today for sure. No, we won't see him. Bastardo had pitched 4 out of 6, and the Pirates actually, with a 14-inning game, were lucky they could stay away from him last night and give him a full day's rest.
I mean, I think regardless of how well Jeff Locke pitches this afternoon, he's going at least 6. Not a whole lot you can do. As you mentioned, a lot of use. Search, Clint Hurdle, I'm sure that message was relayed to Jeff.
1-2 pitch to Lagares. That's up in it. Yeah, Joe Blanton, after his outing last night, just told the Buccos today, yeah, I got a couple more innings in me today if you need me.
Love to have those guys. Managers, pitching coach, they love to have guys that are willing to take the ball.
3-2. If Jeff wants to go deep, he's got to avoid these deep counts.
His last start against St. Louis gave up 7 through 5 innings, walked 3, struck out 3.
And a line drive to right center. And a base hit for Juan Lagares. Leadoff man is aboard for the Mets in the bottom of the first inning.
For Jeff, the Rivers Casino tips to win 3 times through for Locke. 3 times through this lineup should get him through 6 or 7 innings. You hope for that. And Pedro power. Pedro, well, we all know that he loves to hit in the day, and he's pretty good against Matt Harvey. 3 for 5 in his career. All 3 hits and extra base hits, including a homer.
Curtis Granderson led off last night. Batting in the 2 spot here today. Takes a strike. 252 for Granderson. Went 0 for 5. Was hit by a pitch and struck out twice last night. Ball, 1 strike.
Fastball so far for Jeff Locke, and that's kind of how he attacked the Cardinals back on August 11th. The first time through the lineup, pretty much all fastballs, and started breaking in and throwing more secondary pitches the second time through. And here comes his first curveball, it appears.
Granderson to right field, right at Polanco. 1 out. Granderson might have been looking for that breaking pitch, realizing Jeff had thrown so many fastballs to start the game.
Eyes get big when you see a breaking ball. It's up in the zone. Pretty good swing, but an atom ball.
Granderson is out, 1 gone. And Yoenis Cespedes coming to the plate. 306 with the Mets. Hit 293 with the Tigers, at 18 home runs and 61 RBIs in the American League. 2 homers, 8 RBIs here in the National League. One ball, no strikes.
No canary colored sleeve today for Cespedes.
It's the power of the parakeet, I guess.
Yeah, we haven't seen it.
1-0 pitch. And a ground ball toward third. Ramirez grabs it. He'll toss to second, safe at second base. Well, Ramirez underhanding the ball. It got there too slowly. And Lagares is safe. And safe at first is Cespedes.
Don't see that one very often. I think Ramirez knew that he had to be quick. I don't think he realized Lagares was going to get there that fast. It wasn't a double play ball. You're just trying to get one there.
And there's got to be an out on that play, right? This one.
Yeah, they'd like to get one. It's Hurdle making sure that.
No break for the Mets. 2 on, 1 out for Juan Uribe. Uribe is 0 for 7 against Locke in his career. Ball 1 to Uribe. One of 3 players in Major League history to hit a home run with 3 different teams in one season. Only 1 guy has done it with 4 teams. It's Dave Kingman. It's fouled back, and it's 1-1. Uribe this year with the Dodgers, Atlanta, and the Mets. Russell Brandon in 2007 with the Padres, Phillies, and Cardinals. And Jose Hernandez in 2003. You might remember this, Rock. The Rockies, the Cubs, and the Pirates.
Yeah.
But Kingman did it with 4 teams in 1977. Mets, Padres, Angels, and Yankees. 1-1. Inside to Uribe.
I have to wonder about guys like that. I mean, are you flattered that so many teams want you? Or do you feel rejected?
Well, that's the other side of it. Are you not happy that teams don't want you once they get you? Center field, Marte drifting back. 2 outs. Lagares heads to third. Mets with runners at the corners and 2 men out. Daniel Murphy, second baseman up. Murphy moved into a tie for 4th place with Howard Johnson on the club's all-time doubles list with his 214th double Friday night.
And the one thing that deep fly did for Murphy was open up a big hole for him on the right side. Now Alvarez holding the runner on.
Pitch is in there for a strike. Murphy had a 10-game hitting streak snap last night.
Walker splitting the distance between first and second.
I think you were right either way there.
Yeah.
0-1 pitch.
Just talking.
Did he go? Yes, he did, says third base umpire Bob Davidson. David Rackley calling the balls and strikes today. The crew chief is Jeff Kellogg. He's at first base. Marvin Hudson, the other umpire, at second.
Didn't look like much. I was a little surprised they rung him up.
Gets Locke ahead, 0-2 on Murphy. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, he at first base today. Cespedes back.
We'll see if Jeff Locke tries to go to the curveball to finish off Murphy. Pitch been throwing more and more of, especially with 2 strikes.
Here it comes. You can see his index finger up on the ball. And that was fouled off.
0-2 pitch, not the greatest location for that. You don't want to throw it in the strike zone when you're ahead 0-2. You try to get the chase.
Double up on it.
And almost like Chris Stewart pointed out front, like bounce it out there, get it down.
Pull just foul.
That's better.
Cespedes heads back to first base. Juan Lagares at third. No score, 2 outs, bottom of the first inning. Lagares had a leadoff base hit. Anderson is flying to right. Uribe flying to center. Cespedes reaching on a fielder's choice. 0-2 to Murphy. There goes Cespedes. And this ball is pulled foul.
And again, wanting it up in the zone was Chris Stewart. And looked like that was too good of a pitch with the 0-2 count. Chris Stewart wants it up. And that's in the strike zone. Locke facing Murphy here on an 0-2 count. Murphy
With runners in scoring position this season is 23 out of 76. 303. Foul out play again.
Another one wasted. And then you wonder about that ground ball hit by Cespedes. You get it out there. How many pitches does that save Jeff Locke? 21 pitches here already. That's the other thing, as far as miscues, not making plays behind in a game like this where you need length from your starting pitcher. They all add up.
Well, it counts 0-2, but this will be the 7th pitch of the at bat. One and two.
Fastball at 94.
Murphy apparently likes hitting during the day. A .339 hitter in 29 day games this season. It's 5th in the National League. Trying to make sure that he doesn't get hot today. 1-2 pitch. And a foul ball.
95 on the gun. I don't
Jeff
ever
cranked
recall
it up.
Jeff Locke hitting 95. Just under the glove of Stewart.
Matt Harvey's had to sit and wait. The 1-2. Murphy looks at it again. And it's 2-2. So he pitched number 10. So a double-digit at bat for Murphy against Locke with 2 down and 2 on. Lagares down there at third base. Cespedes at first. Cespedes will be taking off on this 3-2 pitch. And another full count.
Trying to get Pedro to get behind the runner now so you can cover more ground. Take away that hole.
Payoff pitch from Locke to Murphy. There goes Cespedes, and this ball's popped up. Alvarez underneath it in foul ground. And the Mets will strand 2 in the bottom of the first inning. Murphy pops out foul. On to the second at Citi Field. Matt Harvey and Pedro Alvarez faced each other back in May at PNC Park, and it was Pedro that got the better of the Mets starter.
Pedro loves the fastball. Harvey
giving him a couple. One on the inner half, way deep, and that one a little further away, but Pedro able to get out, smother it.
Well, that's some paraphernalia right there. That's costumed up. He's got his Batman mask on for Matt Harvey and the parakeet for Yoenis Cespedes. If you don't know the parakeet story, apparently there was a stray parakeet in the ballpark recently, and Cespedes ended up with a very good game, and so they called it the rally parakeet. Apparently it had some of that neon green in the feathers, so that's why he had been wearing the neon green sleeve, but can't wear it today, or is not wearing it. But it's not part of the base colors. You're really not supposed to do that, but he did it for a couple of days. Pedro's hitting .246. Two ball, no strike pitch from Harvey. Foul off.
Big rip there. 2-0 fastball at 96. Pedro, what a road trip he's having. 471, 8 for 17 with a couple of homers.
Hit 500 in St. Louis. He likes hitting there. Didn't hit too badly here either. 2-1 pitch. Count is even. Two homers, 3 runs batted in. On this little road trip, and he hits this one well to center field. Back it goes, and El Toro strikes again. Home run number 18 for Pedro Alvarez, and the Pirates on the board first.
The Pirates continue to hit the long ball, and Pedro couldn't connect on the first 2 fastballs he sees. This one further away and up. And it looked like maybe too far off the end of the bat for Pedro. Watch him go out and get this one. Off the plate, chest high at 96. And even though off the end of the bat for Pedro, still strong enough to get it over that right center field wall.
I mean, just to give folks some perspective on how strong you have to be to hit that pitch where he hit it.
Man,
I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, it didn't have that great sound that you get when Pedro really connects with one, but still.
Travis Ishikawa hits one that's tailing to left center field, but Lagares there to cut it off. 1 out. Point Park University tweet from Pittsburgh, 9653. Does a batter's approach change when facing a top quality pitcher such as Harvey on the road as opposed to at home?
I don't think the approach can change home or road. You obviously, against a guy like Harvey, your approach is gear up for the fastball, despite the fact that he will throw his slider, curveball, changeup. You want to get ready for the fastball. The only time maybe that you would change home or road is if for instance, I always thought at Minute Maid Park with the short porch and left, and I'm sure this is probably the case in Boston with the short porch and left, that pitchers might pitch you a little differently. They won't give you pitches that you can hit into those seats. Left-handed batters might get pitched in a little bit more. Right-handed batters a little more pitched away a little bit more, because hitters in their mind, a lot of times when they see a short porch, they're thinking hooking the ball out, or they try extra hard to hit it because you don't have to hit it that well to get it out. But certain parks you may adjust a bit, and that's because of the way that particular pitcher's throwing to you.
Harvey's 1-2 to Chris Stewart. Well, until Pedro's home run, Harvey had a 16-inning scoreless streak going. That's gone. And Worthen, the pitching coach, certainly knows that, but still understands that his pitcher has had a very good run lately. Stewart fouls it back. Chris Stewart last night, 14th inning single. A humpback liner to center field, getting Pedro Flormon home to give the Pirates the lead. John Lee started yesterday, didn't factor into the decision. Stewart breaking a 3-3 tie. Pirates would win it 5-3 last night. Stewart has produced at least one extra innings hit in each of the last 5 games in which he's appeared.
That's
at the plate in extra innings.
Amazing stat.
He's down on strikes. Well, Harvey gets his second strikeout of the day.
The velocity again, you're geared up for it, and then he throws you something off speed that looked like the slider. And even though it wasn't a great location, Chris Stewart was geared up for the heat and was way out in front.
Pedro Flormon at the plate. It's outside. Interesting note on Flormon. With the Twins last year, he did something that wasn't done until Neil Walker did it the other night in St. Louis. Walker had a base hit from each side of the plate in the first inning. The last guy in the majors to do that was Flormon with the Twins in a game in 2014. (2-0). It's 3-0. Jeff Locke waiting on deck. And 1 now to Flormon, the switch hitter. Came out to pinch run last night, ended up scoring what proved to be the game-winning run on the Stewart base hit. And finished up the game at shortstop. This one's fouled out of play. Strike 2. Well, Pedro hasn't had a lot of at-bats. He has probably seen more time on the base paths and in the field as a defensive replacement. Getting a start here today. The 3-2 is strike 3, inside corner. 1 run on the home run by Pedro Alvarez. And after an inning and a half, the Pirates lead 1-0.
Alvarez, I'm Robbie. It's Mikowski. As the Pirates make their one and only trip here to Citi Field in 2015, a few things are different about the field, and that is that the infield fences are pulled in, or the outfield fences, excuse me, and it's benefited the Pirates a little bit. That Neil Walker home run on Friday may have been an extra base hit instead of a home run, and where Pedro's home run landed last inning, that's right about where the changes started. Just to the right of straightaway center, it went from 390 feet to 380 this year. Right center was 375 to 370, Tim and John. Now, these are in addition to the alterations that were made after 2011 when the walls were originally brought in. So it's happened twice, and it's benefited the Pirates on 2 occasions this weekend. Pedro's home run, probably still a homer last year, but Neil Walker, more likely than not, an extra base hit. So the Buccos taking advantage of these new, in quotes, dimensions of Citi Field.
A little friendlier here.
Yeah.
Locke pitching to Michael Kadire, the first baseman. That is low. If you're a right-handed hitter, like Kadire is, or any right-handed hitter that comes up here, Rock, and you look out and you see 358 in left, get your attention.
Yeah,
it?
I mean, it's almost as shallow here to straightaway left as at Great American Ballpark.
And in the alleys, it's just 2 feet shorter than it is at Wrigley Field, where it's 370, just to the right of the 358 marker. Ground ball to short. Florimond grabs it. Kadire is out. 1-0 on the strength, literally, of the home run by Pedro Alvarez. The Point Park University tweets reacting to it. As El Toro strikes for the 18th time this year.
The only guys that don't like the fences moved in would be the pitchers. Matt Harvey, their franchise guy. 17 homers allowed on the year.
Catcher Travis d'Arnaud takes ball 1. And this one's well struck. Back goes Ishikawa, and this game is tied. d'Arnaud with his 6th home run. In the original configuration out there, that ball would not have been gone. They first opened the ballpark.
You see Stewart set up in, trying to get it in there. Got it there. That's where you see Jeff Locke a lot of times tie up right-handed hitters, but d'Arnaud looking for it in there and got enough of it.
11th home run that Locke has given up this year. Nice strike to Ruben Tejada. Yeah, used to have to get it out over the wall that's black back there. And now found a way to get more people to pay to sit in front of that wall.
Yeah, made a little patio seating section out there, but yep, you have to get it up in the grandstand when this park first opened.
Travis d'Arnaud, the younger brother of former Pirate Chase d'Arnaud. One and 2 to Ruben Tejada. He is down on strikes. Foul tip into the glove of Stewart. First strikeout for Locke. You want to see your strongest fan photo? Use the hashtag #PittDataStrongFan. And you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. I'll show you one of the pictures a little later today. Hashtag #PittDataStrongFan. Get your photos in. A lot of Pirate fans here this weekend. Made their way to New York, or there are already here. Two outs and the 0-1 to Harvey. 0-2.
He's a homer.
Yes, he does. 7 runs batted in also. Ground ball to the right side. Pedro's got it. He'll take it himself. And the home run by Mets catcher Travis d'Arnaud ties the game at 1 after 2 full innings.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Traverse and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
1-1. These teams have traded home runs, much like they did Friday. It's Travis d'Arnaud picks up a home run, his 6th of the year. And Jeff Locke will lead off for the Pirates, facing Matt Harvey. Pirates trying to regain the lead again. Pedro with the home run. The left-handed hitters put the ball in the air against Harvey about 48% of the time this season. Pedro did exactly that. Locke will try to do the same, maybe.
Outside form on who struck out on a borderline 3-2 pitch. Every left-handed batter so far hit the ball hard against Harvey.
1-1 to Jeff. Harvey from Mystic, Connecticut. His dad played college baseball at UConn. I'm sure Steve Blass likes that fact because he's a Connecticut guy himself.
His dad probably grew up admiring Steve Blass.
There's a slow ground ball to short. Tejada throws to first and Locke is out. Star Wars night coming to PNC Park this Wednesday when the Bucks play the D-backs at 7:05. Stop by Federal Street to participate in a costume contest judged by local Pittsburgh celebrities and Star Wars Jedi. Registration is 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. and the contest begins at 6 p.m. For tickets, go to pirates.com/Star Wars. Princess Leia needs a little protection from the sun, apparently. The Ewok has his regular garb on there. I wonder if they can understand each other. Here's Polanco with the 1 out. You know, you think you're at the ball game with a princess, you could at least smile.
You know. I'm sure it's not warm under that mask.
Should have worn his good tunic today, too. It doesn't look like his Sunday best. 2 men out. Polanco 0 for 2. It's like Halloween around here. Another Princess Leia, along with a young Batman, the Dark Knight. You got the whole superheroes league here with the Dark Knight, Matt Harvey, and Thor and Noah Syndergaard. I don't know who Jacob deGrom is.
Is that guy going to wear that the whole game? That's so funny.
It's a very well-dressed section of the stadium, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he made a bad repair to that hood, didn't he? He's making sure everybody's where they're supposed to be. That's security. Marte, a swing and a miss. 0-2 the count to the Bucco center fielder today. Two pitch. That was ripped foul.
A little protection on that left hand for Marte over his batting glove.
Here comes the 0-2. Harvey shakes off Darno and now agrees on a pitch.
Staying alive. Wasted a changeup, now a slider.
Marte to right center field. Lagares on the run. He won't get it. It's going to the wall. Marte flying towards second base, and he is not stopping. Marte on his way to third. He slides safe with a triple. Second triple of the year for Starling Marte.
And what an adjustment in that at bat right there. I mean, you're facing Harvey, who can get it up over 96 miles an hour. That breaking ball, that's a pretty good location. Outside corner. And Marte, after being out in front of a previous changeup and slider, stays back on that curveball. Finds a gap.
Go ahead run 90 feet away. Harvey pitching to Walker. Walker 1 for 1 with a double. 1-0 to Neal. Starting off Walker with a ball. Harvey throws a first pitch strike just about 70% of the time. 1-1.
Pretty good command. Again, more often than not, pitches to contact. Doesn't walk many.
Strike to Walker. It's behind in the count now, 1-2. Neal had his 26th double of the season last time up. Trying to get Marte home and get the Bucks back in front. 1-2 pitch from Harvey coming. That is down to first. Kadire is able to recover, and Walker is out. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. 2.5 of the books, a 1-1 game. Cameron Pittman arrives at PNC Park to spend the day with All-Star Andrew McCutchen. From the helicopter to the kitchen to the clubhouse and the field, go behind the scenes for this Wish Upon a Star on Inside Pirates Baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network. Today after postgame on Root Sports. Got a look at it yesterday, as a matter of fact. What a great show. You want to definitely check that out.
Yeah, he's good with the kids. Incredible with the kids, Andrew McCutchen.
It's one of the new ushers here, checking tickets, making sure that gentleman's sitting down in the right seat. Or else. Juan Lagares takes a strike. Leadoff man for the Mets is 1 for 1. One and one to Lagares. Singled and then was stranded at third base in the first. Locke in his 23rd start of the season. 0-1 in his career against the Mets. He's started against them just twice before today. Trying to find a win. Pirates need to get him some run support against a tough customer in Harvey. Lagares fights that one off foul. Well, this Mets team, John, has some of the same guys on the roster that played the Pirates in May, but they're essentially a different Mets team than the Pirates saw back then.
Yeah. Pretty impressive run. I don't know of anybody. I've never heard anybody talk about the Mets winning or at least leading this division.
Veteran Michael Kadires helping out any way he can, playing first base today. Lagares down on strikes. Stewart will have to complete the strikeout. And there is one out for the Mets in the bottom of the third inning.
Good curveball from Jeff Locke. Starts it in the zone. It breaks out. Hits the chase. Awkward looking swing from Lagares.
That's been a go-to pitch for Locke. Once he gets ahead of hitters, tries to finish them with the curveball.
Curtis Granderson at the plate. Takes ball one. And some of the changes the Mets had made, bringing in Cespedes. They tried to get Carlos Gomez from the Brewers. That deal ended up falling through. It was pretty highly publicized, and Gomez ended up down with the Astros. Cespedes here, and one of the key acquisitions, probably not talked about a lot, is their 8th inning guy now, Tyler Clippard.
Sure.
Ball and 2 strikes. Wilmer Flores now in the lineup today. He thought he was part of that Gomez deal and was openly crying on the field. People saying, why hasn't he been taken out of the game? He's traded. Well, there's a good reason he wasn't taken out. He wasn't traded.
Yeah.
Even though he believed he was, and a lot of other folks did as well. That's the social media age we live in, though, Ron. That's why news travels so fast, whether it's true or not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just start any kind of rumor. That might be the biggest acquisition. Juan Uribe.
For Anderson, down on strikes. 2 away. And Uribe and Kelly Johnson coming over on the 24th of July from Atlanta.
That was a curveball, maybe not. Maybe the left-on-left changeup from Jeff Locke.
Two outs, and the batter is Cespedes. Reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning. Caught fire when he came to New York. He was doing pretty well with the Tigers in the first place, but he's been hitting well since his arrival here. Well, Bob and I talked about it Friday night. The commitment that the Tigers had made trying to get him on the All-Star game. They're painting his name on the field and the T-shirts and the whole campaign. And who'd have thought just a couple of weeks later they trade him away. 2-0. There's a strike. And as good a season as Cespedes had with the Tigers, one of his outfield mates, J.D. Martinez, the right fielder, having even a better year. And Tigers obviously would push for him, but not as openly as they were for Cespedes.
And part of that reason was J.D. Martinez had no chance of getting voted in. Cespedes was one spot away. And I think at the time we were in Detroit, he was 4th in the voting. So that's why they were pushing for Cespedes, despite the fact Martinez was having, at that time, a better season.
Three-two pitch. Walked it. Cespedes aboard with 2 outs for Uribe. First walk issued by Jeff this afternoon. First walk issued by either pitcher. Uribe started with the Dodgers, went to the Braves, and now here with the Mets. You figure with roster movement and things, Rock, Uribe must have had about 100 teammates this year.
Yeah.
Think about it. 25-man roster, guys coming up and down. 100 different teammates. Pops it up. Walker underneath it. And the Mets are finished in the 3rd. Jeff Locke, through 3 innings, has given up just the 1 run. It's a 1-1 tie heading to the 4th.
The Pirates and Mets. Clint Hurdle today had his normal pregame meeting with the media, something he has every single day. But today, a New York writer stayed around. His name is Bill Madden, knows the New York scene, been around a very long time. He carried with him a message. He said, Clint, I have a message for you. And it's from Bill Parcells, former football coach, Super Bowl winning coach with the New York Giants. And he said, his message to you was, his message to Clint was, tell him he was the best player that I recruited that I never was able to sign. You see, Parcells was an assistant coach at Florida State when Clint was a freshman at Merritt Island High School in Florida. Well, Parcells went to Vanderbilt and then Texas Tech in 1975, Clint's senior year, and tried to get him. And Clint had signed a letter of intent with the University of Miami. He was a quarterback, a multi-sport player, really good athlete. Instead, he was drafted and chose to sign and play baseball instead. But Bill Parcells, real high on Clint Hurdle, a high school freshman at Merritt Island High School.
Well, Bill's obviously got a very good memory. That wasn't just yesterday. 0-1 pitch to Aramis Ramirez. And a foul tip into the glove of Darno. Yeah, Clint also, I remember him telling me about his recruiting trip to the University of Miami. Could have played quarterback there, and another guy was on that trip, another quarterback. 0-2, fouled off. Guy by the name of Rick Leach, who ended up going to Michigan, starting for 4 years at Michigan, and was such a good athlete, he ended up playing Major League Baseball with the Tigers. Yeah, Clint, he could have gone the football way too if he wanted to. 0-2 pitch. That one's down the first base side. That's a fair ball. And Ramirez will stop at first with a single.
Sometimes better to be lucky than good. And Ramos Ramirez, a miss hit. I'm guessing off the end. Yeah, right off the end of the bat. Fastball up out over the plate. Just kind of spun it down the line.
Go ahead, run on board, nobody out, and the batter is Pedro Alvarez. Pedro homered last time up. Pirates now have gone deep in 10 straight games. That's the longest streak for the Pirates since going deep in 10 straight during the 2012 season. One ball, one strike.
Change up there from Harvey. But if you go through every roster, I'm sure there's a number of guys that could have went and played in a major college in a different sport.
One and two now to Pedro. Now you see so many kids these days specializing in just one sport. That's probably why you don't see more guys like that.
Yeah.
And it's probably, in a lot of people's opinion, it's not the best way to go. Yeah. Although the coaches demand all the time of the kids. Alvarez pops it up. Shallow center. Backpedaling is Tejada. And coming in to call him off is Lagares. I know in baseball, though, Rock, if you're scouting a player, don't you want a guy who is an athlete, who has other skills, who uses different muscle memory, I guess, for either basketball or football or something. I know that I've had that conversation with Neil Huntington in the past, and I know he likes that. And you just don't see too many three-sport athletes anymore in high school.
No, and that's the way it always was. You go back, 20, 30 years, even before then. Playing year-round, different sports. And some still do it. But now with all these travel leagues and everything else like that, the kids are playing, baseball year-round. And
ball is inside. And it's 2-0 to Travis Ishikawa. Neil Walker, of course, football star at Pine Richland. He did play basketball there, too, early on. Didn't play later in his high school career. Baseball was going to be the path. He was you could consider him a three-sport star.
Yeah. Could have played major college football.
Neil was recruited. He wanted to be a wide receiver, but I think it was either Pitt or Penn State that wanted him to be a tight end. They wanted to bulk him up. And Neil said, I think I'm heading to Florida and play baseball.
Yeah. Hard to turn down, a first-round draft pick. Hard to turn your back to that. I think out of high school, if you're good enough to get drafted out of high school as a baseball player, unless you're in the first couple of rounds, I think you're better served to go to college and play and mature a little bit. It's not easy going through the minor leagues as an 18-year-old.
3-2 to Ishikawa. Curtis Granderson, a Chicago native. He was a good football player there. And Ishikawa down on strikes. 4 strikeouts for Harvey.
Pushed it up to 97. Look at the location of these pitches. I mean, not only do you have the plus velocity and the secondary pitches that go with it, the location is key. Nothing in the box, around or outside the box.
Chris Stewart batting with 2 outs and Ramirez at first. Bounding ball to third base. Uribe. It's the easy force out at second. No runs a hit. Then a man left. 1-1 after 3.5. Park coming up this Thursday, presented by Chick-fil-A. 1-1, bottom of the 4th inning here. Pirates taking on the Giants at 7:05 on Wednesday, then rather Thursday, beg your pardon. Then stay after the game to hear Clint Hurdle and your favorite Pirates speak about how faith has impacted their lives and careers in baseball. Get tickets at pirates.com/faith night. Mets were in town last year when that happened, and McCutchen was a big part of it. And Danny Murphy, also from the Mets, came over. Visiting players are always welcome to take part in that event. First pitch of the bottom of the 4th. And for a strike to Murphy. Murphy popped up foul to Alvarez in the first inning, 0 for 1. Quickly 0-2 on him.
See if Jeff Locke can finish him off a little quicker here in the 4th. Murphy made him work. With 10, 11 pitches.
Yeah, 11 pitches. Jeff needs some quick outs anyway. A little low. 1-2. 60 pitches right now as he starts the 4th, so he doesn't want to get too much deeper than this in terms of not being as economical as he wants to be. Ball lifted to right field. Plenty of room for Polanco. 1 out. We talked about at the outset of the telecast today, John, the bullpen taxed last night, and Jeff needs to have the balance of being economical, getting outs, and also trying to go as deep as he can to save that bullpen. The Pirates are in a stretch of 20 games in 20 days. And that can be tough.
And so he does have that pressure of needing to go deep, 6+ innings, and it's a very hot, humid day here.
And 90 degrees at game time. And the humidity up as well. Locke gets 2 quick outs. Kadire grounds back to Jeff. Travis d'Arnaud hit the home run last time up. Coming up now, you see the wind, the direction it's blowing, which is out. It's a nice topiary up there, isn't it?
Topiary?
Topiary.
Topiary?
Yeah. Place where they grow plants.
Oh, I thought that was a greenhouse.
I guess they're using every bit of this ballpark. That's the definition of a green ballpark.
I guess you don't have many places to grow much here in New York City. I guess rooftops are the only place you could have a garden.
Two 2-0. Now 3-0 the count. You got to figure with 2 quick outs, d'Arnaud probably would have been taking a pitch to start the at bat, and Jeff didn't take advantage of that. Now falls behind 3-0.
Throw a couple more there. Good spot, good location. Might not have to face Tejada.
Count is full. Jeff came with a changeup last pitch. See what he comes with here. 3-2. And a rocket pass to Diamond Ramirez. It's off the rain chart. Ishikawa will field it as d'Arnaud heads to second base with a 2-out double.
Just left this one up a little bit too much. You know, if it's down and away, might get another swing and miss, or a ground ball, but this one just up a bit. Off the end of the bat, wasn't crushed, but a good location just out of Aramis's reach.
Now Ruben Tejada at the plate. Going to walk him with first base open to get to Matt Harvey. Well, today at Citi Field happens to be a giveaway day of a magnetic card with Travis d'Arnaud's picture on it. So it's his giveaway item today, and as it oftentimes goes, the guy who's the subject of the giveaway has a good day. He's got a home run and a double. Harvey grounded out to Pedro Alvarez first time up. He's 0 for 1. He'll get another chance here as Tejada is intentionally walked. He'll head to first. The second walk issued by Locke, first intentional. It's a happy Harvey day here in New York every time he pitches. Not every time he's happy. Sometimes it's just a Harvey day.
Yeah. Well, if we don't get him out here, we'll make a lot of people happy.
So the pitch to Harvey. Fouled off, strike 1.
Harvey just with 7 hits on the year, but 5 of those hits have come with runners in scoring position.
So they've been well timed.
Yeah.
He's got another man in scoring position here. d'Arnaud off of second base. Tejada behind him at first. Strike two.
Pretty rare you look up a pitcher's numbers with scoring position, but you see that number of RBIs. That's a pretty big number for a pitcher. 7 ribbies.
Garrett Cole goes tomorrow night against the Diamondbacks. Garrett can swing the bat. And Harvey swings it and strikes out, leaving 2. Heading to the 5th in New York, 1-1. Tied with the Pirates, 1-1. 4 hits for the Bucks, 3 for New York. And for the Pirates, Pedro Florman leads off. Mr. and Mrs. Met having a nice moment at the ballpark today.
Get a room.
A little public display of affection by Mr. and Mrs. Going to be watching the ball game instead of the Met family.
Yeah. I give it to the fans here. I tell you, sitting out in that sun. And those guys.
Yeah, the concessionaires, they're well dressed now, aren't they? Just like stormtroopers. Sometimes a little hydration helps. Well, Florman struck out swinging, switch hitter batting left. Takes a strike from Harvey. Florman trying to get on base here, get the Pirates a go-ahead run. And we are now in the other half of August, Rock. We start on the 16th. A lot of people who believe the pennant races really begin mid-August.
I mean, it's there is still a lot of baseball, so there's still time for the Pirates to catch the Cardinals. But it's heating up, that's for sure.
1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The thing that kind of stinks is, for the Pirates and Pirate fans, you win 7 of the last 10, you lose a game to the Cardinals, and the Cubs pick up 2.
Playing amazing baseball in the Central Division. It's baseball's black and blue division. The Cardinals are trailing 1-0. It's only the bottom of the first, though, at Busch Stadium, where it's practically illegal for them to lose there. And Florman walks. Pirates have the leadoff man aboard. Harvey hasn't walked a guy over his last 2 starts, and that's his first man today. Pirates baseball back on the national stage Sunday when the Bucks battle the defending World Series champion Giants at 8 o'clock. Plus, all kids 14 and under receive a Pirates lunch bag. Compliments of StarKist. Get tickets at pirates.com. Foreman gets back. Quick throw by Harvey.
I mentioned that Harvey doesn't walk a lot of guys. He fell behind Foreman on 3-0 with 2 outs in the second, and then he walks him here in the 5th. There's 3 Mets in the top 10 as far as fewest walks per 9.
We'll take it a step further. Harvey has not allowed a walk against a left-handed hitter going back to July 20th.
Wow.
Covers 65, almost 70 plate appearances with lefties against him.
Let's see if we can make that one hurt. Jeff Locke, Uribe's creeping closer, so just get the ball down the first base side.
Jeff slaps it to short. There's 1. There's 2. Just what he didn't want to do.
Never understood this play unless you have the runner moving. If the runner's on the move, then you have a vacancy over there on the left side and you end up with a first and third situation, but the runner is not going, so there's no reason. This is why you don't swing away in these situations, because you risk hitting into a Chick-fil-A double play.
Close play at first. And Locke's going to be out. They were looking at it back in the Pirate clubhouse. Pirates have elected not to challenge. 2 down, 6-4-3 on the double play. And back to the top of the order. Gregory Polanco will take his time getting in after the pitcher Jeff Locke just had to run off the field and into the dugout. Give him a little bit of time. And that's when you want to adjust your batting gloves, your helmet, whether it needs it or not. I know yesterday in the 7th inning when he grounded to second base, reached on an arrow, but it was the first pitch and only the 4th pitch of the game he had seen. But he had a first pitch at bat again after the pitcher in front of him had a 2-pitch out. 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good movement on that 2-seam fastball. And Polanco turning out of the way. Ran over the inside edge.
Gregory's not been on base yet today, 0 for 2. Seems like it's a regular occurrence now that he does get on base.
You have to wonder if that was a missed sign or something. I just don't get the whole swinging away there by Jeff Locke. It just doesn't make sense.
There you go. Another foul ball by Polanco, 2-2. Pirate fan making a new friend. Two pitch to Gregory. 3-2. Well, how about the home run he hit last night? As high off the right field foul pole as it was, maybe 10 feet from the top. Had the foul pole not been there and had been in fair territory, it might have gone halfway to 3/4 of the way up to the upper deck.
Yeah, you could see the people standing up there wanting to catch that ball.
And he hits this one pretty well. Going back, Lagares to the track, and he leaps and he drops it. And Polanco's going to run. Polanco into third easily. That was the second triple of the ball game for the Pirates. Marte had the other. And now man at third base and 2 outs.
And just misses another home run, Gregory Polanco, and another high fastball. Pitch up around the letters. Sounded pretty good off the bat. Lagares tries to time it. Looked like it maybe got a little bit of glove, a little bit off the end of the glove as he feels that wall coming to him. Polanco thinking maybe. Never know. Going hard all the way around. Perhaps an inside to Parker.
The Pirates now lead Major League Baseball this month with 8 triples. Get a look from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo right off the end of the fingers of the glove. Starling Marte with a chance to give the Pirates the lead back. 1-1 to Marte. He had the other triple. He's 1 for 2. You get a couple of triples in a ball game. You hope you can get a run out of them. But so far, it's not the case.
Adding to the velocity as the pitch count grows up to 79 pitches. Perhaps wondering what if Locke doesn't hit into the double play.
Yeah, how many times in this game have you played the what if game? About a million.
Well, I know this. I mean, if that's something that Clint Hurdle didn't want Jeff Locke to do, that slug bunt right there. I mean, that's frustrating. You know, when you get a break where you get the leadoff man aboard on a walk, you hope to manufacture something that gets erased.
2-2 from Harvey. And Marte fouls it back.
You don't get many opportunities against this guy. This guy's one of the best in the game.
81 pitches for Harvey so far. He's not yet through the 5th inning. 2-2 delivery. And fouled back.
Harvey challenging Marte once again with the 98-mile-per-hour four-seam fastball.
Polanco representing the go-ahead run. 2-2 pitch. Full count.
Talked about the hard slider, the curveball. Goes to the changeup there, and that's the one thing that Marte hitting that curveball the other way into the gap. It's maybe made Harvey rethink throwing the breaking ball.
Oh, a bullet ripped foul.
Yeah, that's one thing you can do as a hitter. You got a guy up there with a pretty good breaking ball and you hit it hard, you kind of eliminate it. You can erase that pitch. Harvey hasn't thrown it here to Marte, and now 97 in, right on that inside edge. Now what does Harvey try to do?
Payoff pitch from Harvey to Marte. Ball 4. Oh, strike 3. Marte thought it was high. Looked a little high. but David Rackley rings him up. And the Pirates strand the go-ahead runner at third base. 1-1, Pirates and Mets. Five hits for the Pirates, 3 hits for the Mets. Starling Marte on a borderline pitch called out.
Went with the slider with the 3-2 pitch. Man, right on that outside edge. Marte thought it was going to break away.
And he had me fooled. He was starting to trot down to first base. Top of the order up for the Mets, Juan Lagares. He takes a strike. Lagares 1 for 2. He struck out in the third inning. Ground ball wide to third. Strike 2. The first base umpire and crew chief Jeff Kellogg was paid a visit by the grounds crew. The head groundskeeper here between innings, updating him on perhaps some weather that may be heading to this area.
Looks like a thunderstorm popped up somewhere out here near Queens. Hopefully we're safe from any kind of delay.
Ground ball to third. Ramirez up with it. And there is 1 out in the 5th. Let's go back to Pittsburgh in our Root Sports studios. Stan Potash with this State Farm Game Break. All right, thank you very much. That seems to be the script at Busch Stadium. Just the way it goes. It's kind of like pro wrestling in a way when you go watch the Cardinals play.
They are tough.
Anderson hits it in the air to right. Polanco battling the sun with the shades on, makes the catch. 2 outs quickly in the 5th.
Actually, going into this series, the Mets and the Cardinals were neck and neck with the home record as Granderson with the backswing after he pops his ball up gets a piece of Chris Stewart in the helmet.
Anderson making sure Stewart was okay. Those two spent some time with the Yankees together. 2 outs, nobody on. You want Cespedes the batter. I'll get your attention. It's part of the job back there, though, unfortunately.
Yep, they get banged up all the time. Wild pitches, foul tips, occasional bat.
And what about the days, John, of yesteryear when they didn't wear a helmet? They just wore like their hat backwards.
Yeah, that's
game hat backwards, and they put the mask on over.
Crazy to think of.
.302 here with the Mets is Cespedes. 1-2's in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to third. Snared by Ramirez. Strong throw. Safe as a call. Just a slight hesitation on the part of Ramirez before getting the throw off. And Clint will look at Dave Johnson. Looks like the Pirates are going to challenge. And Clint wants to challenge this call at first base made by Jeff Kellogg.
He can run. When he sniffs out a hit, he can get over there. Network Supermo. Oh, he's out.
Yep, this is going to get turned over. Yeah, it's a good challenge. Saw Pedro Alvarez right away with his right arm make a move, and that was a very, very quick review from the room across town. And that'll be a 5-3 put out, a 1-2-3 fifth inning, as it turns out. Inning. Day Automotive this day in Pirates history. This date 2011. Neil Walker led off the bottom of the 9th inning against the Cardinals with a solo home run, sending the game to extra innings. Then in the 11th, Garrett Jones would finish the comeback with a walk-off homer off Arthur Rhodes, giving the Pirates a 5-4 win. Dropped it in the water there. Andrew McCutchen went 2 for 3 and drove in the Pirates 3 other runs. It was a big night for Walker and for G.I. Jones. Well, the clouds starting to move in the area, Rock.
Yeah, there was a storm. Looks like it may be a little north of here, north and east. Storm Also south of Flushing. He might be all right.
Foul tip for strike one. .269. He had a double his first time up. And he's in the hole, 0-2. The home run that he hit in Game 1 Friday night, Rock, was very early in the count, and the way that the ball carried, didn't know if it even had a chance to make it out. Well, it just got over the fence.
He's had some close calls here the last couple of weeks. Some off the top of the fence, off the middle of the fence. One last the other night, just over the fence. Then out of nowhere, we'll hit a majestic bomb.
Harvey with 88 pitches. Pirates would like to get his pitch count up this inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bucks jet home after the game today, and then continue action this month with Game 1 of 3 against the Diamondbacks tomorrow night. Count goes full, 3-2, and then the Giants come in for 4. Pirates will be happy to see some National League West Division teams. They're 14-2 against the West.
Yeah, isn't that something? Just dominated outside the division ring, the Central. And you would think that they wouldn't be in such a good position if you thought they were 8 games under in their own division. 12 over out west, 6 over against the AAL, and 12 over 500 against the East.
Payoff pitch to Neil Walker waiting to come. And a diving stuck by Kadire. He took a double away from Walker. And 1 out for the Pirates.
Smothers it. Yeah, sure, off the bat, Neil's thinking at least 2.
Allegheny Health Network Supermo with a great look at that play by the Mets first baseman, Michael Kadire. That's got to be a little frustrating though, Rock. You know you hit it well, hit it in a good spot. The guy makes a great play on you, takes a hit away.
Anytime hitting's hard. Anytime you hit a ball hard, should be rewarded.
Ramirez to center field, and that's going to get down for a hit. Lagares has to cut it off deep. A single for Ramos Ramirez. He's 2 for 3. The Pirates this year, we talked about Arizona and San Francisco. Out west, they swept both the Diamondbacks and the Giants. They'll get Jeremy Hellickson again tomorrow night, opposite of Garrett Cole. Chase Anderson will pitch Tuesday night against Francisco Liriano. Jay Happ going against Robbie Ray Wednesday. Those are your probables in the Diamondbacks series as we look at the Nissan road ahead. Frankie pitching very well lately. Good win Sunday against the Cardinals. Was that Sunday? No, what day was that? Thursday against the Cardinals. Lose track of the days.
Yeah.
I literally have to write the day of the week in my scorebook so that I know what day it is.
And the day game usually gives it away for you. That's the only day you typically know is the Sunday day games. But the Pirates have played so many. Played the Sunday night game last week, again next week.
2 balls, no strikes to Pedro.
Harvey's pitch count getting up there, and the Mets kind of in the same situation as the Pirates. They wanted length from Harvey, but doesn't look like he'll go. May not get more than 6 unless he gets out of this top half of the 6th in a hurry. I figure he might be done. Hot, humid day. Already got the Mets bullpen working here with 1 out. Jeff Locke focused.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Pedro. I'd like to see him straighten one out like he did his pitch 2 pitches ago. He clobbered it foul. Sliced out a play into the upper deck down the left field side. He barreled that one up. 2 ball, 2 strike pitch from Harvey. That's going to be into the seats as well. And there is some action. Vertical Flaherty. Two to Pedro. 2 outs. Harvey now will be at the 100 pitch mark.
Hasn't thrown many curveballs. That's a curveball. That was a dandy. Good location. Downward break. Throws that hard as well. Curveball. Averages it at about 84 miles per hour.
Ishikawa at the plate. That's the first one go. Check swing. And Bob Davidson brings up the strike. Nothing in 1 to Travis. He is 0 for 2. That's a base hit for Ishikawa. Now 1 for 3. Go ahead runs at second.
Like a little slider. And if you don't get it all the way in there with a left-handed batter, with the runner on first and the runner being held on, I mean, that's the best pitch a lefty could hit through that hole on the right side. He throws something soft middle in. Well, nothing Harvey throws really is soft, but something off speed.
Pitching coach Dan Warthen out. Pitching coaches ought to come out with a glove or some kind of instrument they can talk into. I know Ray talks into his bare hand, but everybody's got to talk into something now. They're afraid to have their lips read. So maybe that's the next thing.
Could wear one of those Star Wars masks.
Going to run out there as Darth Vader.
Well, Stewart hasn't had his line drive single yet. He gets one every game. Good time to do it.
Strike 1, fouled off. Got a pass ball. Last night, this little humpback liner into center field. Knocked that form on home. That made it a 4-3 game at that point. As the Pirates took the lead in the top of the 14th. Go on to win it 5-3. 0-1 to Stewart from Harvey. And this one in the air to right field, but Granderson had him played shallow. Oh, a shoot-top catch. Almost. Sinking line drive caught by Granderson. And the Pirates lead 2.
Hoot Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, Health for All. By Kenny Ross, Just Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier of the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go, Bucks!
Here at Citi Field, along with John Wehner, I'm Tim Neverett. Robbie Smikowski is with us, too. Pretty good crowd on this warm and humid Sunday afternoon. Pirates and Mets locked up in another tight one, 1-1. Matt Harvey gave up the home run to Pedro Alvarez in the second inning. Jeff Locke gave up the home run in the bottom of the second to Travis d'Arnaud. That's been it for the scoring. Pirates have left 6 men on base, the Mets 5. When you're this close to the airport, sometimes it's hard to differentiate the noise of the airplanes between thunder. Yeah. There was a little bit of thunder just a moment ago. Juan Uribe. A strike delivered to him. Uribe today is 0 for 2. He's flied out to center and popped up to Neil Walker, second base.
Just 3 hits allowed through 5. Got that fastball by him. A late swing from Uribe. Typically a pretty good fastball hitter.
Jeff's 1-2. Inside, backed him up. Evens up the count at 2-2. That's inside, 3-2. Full count pitch to Juan Uribe. Nobody out, bottom of the 6th. And he got him. Inside corner, called strike 3.
Kept trying to hit that edge, kept going in there, going in there.
5th strikeout for Locke.
Check out the location. Man, right on that corner, top of the zone. Not a whole lot you can do with that pitch.
Pitcher's pitch got him.
It's sunny. People are leaving as if it's raining.
It is raining, actually. It's a sun shower. Had to look real hard to see some raindrops, but it actually is raining. 1-0 pitch to the second baseman, Daniel Murphy. Ground ball to center. His first hit. He's now hit safely in 11 of his last 12 games. Yeah, the Princess doesn't want to mess up that hairdo. That's the Ewok unmasked. I'm going to put it back on just to keep drying. Ray Searage wants to come out and have a word. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, looking skyward for a moment.
Ray's going to try to get a double play ball here.
Kadire has hit into a field in 13. Archimedes Caminero warming up. Caminero good again last night. So a little bit of rain in New York. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the 6th. Pitch to Kadire. That's a foul ball. The base runner Murphy thought it went off of the catcher's equipment of Stewart. He started taking off for second base. Kellogg's call as to whether or not they put the tarp on, but it looks like they're a ways away from doing that. No balls and 2 strikes, but the grounds crew is ready. Oh, 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Shower just popped up north of here. Looks like it's heading right over Citi Field. Good pitch there from Locke. Good waste of it by Kadire. It's hit 2 ground balls. Locke would love to get another one right at somebody.
I know your radar is always at the ready, Brock. I know you didn't see this shower. Runner takes off, and the pitch inside. It hit him. So Kadire hit by a pitch, and now runners at first and second and 1 out.
Trying to get the chase on the curveball, just threw it too far inside.
And that's going to do it for Jeff Locke. Clint Hurdle's coming out to get him. We'll have a pitching change here in New York. Jeff had 101 pitches, but the tying run is now in scoring position. And man, did we just hear some thunder. Oh. Sounded like it was right over the top of the stadium. And the players are coming off the field. The grounds crew's been called for. They're going to put the tarp on, and we're in a rain delay. So we have to wait this out now.
Hopefully not long. My guess is it looks like it shouldn't be a very long rain delay, but you never know.
The Citi Field grounds crew getting to work. Watch the players' reaction to the thunderstruck. Well, the field not very wet, but with the shower here and thunder and lightning in the area, they'll cover the field. We'll keep you updated as to what the weather situation is. Rock's on it. A home run by Pedro Alvarez in the second inning, the only Pirates score, and a home run by Travis d'Arnaud in the second inning, the only Mets score. Now the rain really coming down. Three very tight ball games here at Citi Field this weekend. The grounds crew will stretch out the tarp. And we'll wait out the rain. And Travis d'Arnaud will be the next batter up. He'll face Archimedes Caminero after the rain delay and the pitching change. So in the meantime, while we wait it out, stay with us and enjoy this edition of Inside Pirates Baseball. The Mets and Pirates tied at 1 in the bottom of the 6th.
little rough stretch where a high velocity fastball was getting hit a little bit, but figured it out. He's been able to work on the command, using the secondary pitches as well. He's made 8 straight scoreless appearances, covering 9 2/3 innings. He's been good on the road too. 1.73 ERA in 29 appearances on the road.
Bobby Parnell warming up for the Mets. Pirates got to him in game 1 in the 10th inning. He suffered the loss in the first game of this series. So when this one resumes, there will be 2 men on base. Daniel Murphy will be at second base, and Michael Kadire out at first. 2 on and 1 out in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Murphy reached on a 1-out single. We're getting set to resume this game in New York. Pirates have won 5 of the first 5 against the Mets this season. Right now, Caminero hoping he can get a double play ball. That would be good work for him. If he can get d'Arnaud to get a ground ball playable to an infielder. So 1 down, 2 on. And d'Arnaud at the plate. Caminero's first pitch. Strike 1 call. A 42-minute rain delay. And it started with sunshine, which was the funny part about it. Weird. It was raining and sunny at the same time. And then clouds came in. Then the thunder. Seemed like it was right over the stadium.
Yeah.
And that storm quickly moved on.
Like the halftime.
Yeah, right. Intermission. Nothing in 2 to d'Arnaud. 272 batter. The pitch. Blown away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Archimedes Caminero looking to get out d'Arnaud, and on deck Ruben Tejada. One-two coming. Strike 3 call. d'Arnaud down on strikes looking, and there are 2 away.
99 miles per hour. Not sure if d'Arnaud was looking for something soft, but boy, that pitch right down the chute. d'Arnaud knew it.
Two on, 2 out. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the 6th. Here is the pitch to Tejada, swing and a miss. Dan Potash in his game break, John had talked about Shelby Miller of the Braves with a no-hitter. Took it into the 8th inning, but the Diamondbacks shortstop Nick Ahmed breaking it up.
Miller having a great year. Can't get any wins though.
Ground ball right to Walker. Short way to Florimon. They get the force of Kadire, and the Mets will leave 2. We'll head to the 7th inning at Citi Field. Pirates 1, Mets 1. fan photo of the game. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Let's take a look at what we have today. Mary Wise sent this one in at hashtag Pitt Not a Strong Fan as a Pirates birthday party theme. Peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, Andrew McCutchen on the cake, and a baseball and some grass. Bobby Parnell comes out to start the 7th inning for the Mets.
1-2, 4.82 ERA, just 10 strikeouts, 10 walks, and 18 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting .314 against them.
Parnell faced 3 batters in the 10th last time out Friday. Jeff Locke getting his customary hugs at the end of his outing. As this game will be up to the bullpen once again. Flormont grounds a foul. Well, the way things have gone, John, if you leave the game up to the bullpen, it's been good news for the Pirates.
Yes, it has been. It's pretty remarkable, really.
Good job by Caminero. Pittsburgh's relievers have won 15 straight decisions coming into today since losing for the last time June 25th. And it's the longest streak by any major league bullpen since 1909, when the eventual World Series champion Pirates relievers had 22 straight winning decisions. Well, that's a nugget right there.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive stuff. This bullpen, such a strength. Typically, you hear them say, "Oh, get the starter out early, get to the bullpen." Well, I don't think opponents want that.
Full count now to Flormont.
Now they always look at his velocity to see how effective he's going to be. And that pitch at 95 just off the edge. The other night he was throwing 91, 92. Not a good sign.
Leadoff man aboard.
And it wouldn't take long. I didn't figure that these fans would turn on Parnell as soon as he allowed a base runner.
Yeah, they're all over him. Michael Morse will now face Parnell. Caminero goes 2/3 of an inning and strikes out 1. Pretty solid work out of the bullpen for Archimedes again. We'll see what Michael Morse can do as a pinch hitter. Throw to first, and diving back is Flormont. Pittsburgh's pinch hitters have recorded a total of 21 RBIs this season, which ranks 6th in the majors. And a throw over. The question is, do you run Flormont or do you let Morse try to get him in?
You never know. I do know this. Michael Morse did not pinch hit the bunt.
A very friendly left field wall here. I hope that he could square one up.
And you know, since he's been a Pirate, we've seen a number of balls that he's hit to the right side too. So you wonder if Clint Hurdle thinks about a hit and run.
As a comebacker, could be 2. No, it won't be. Into center field it goes, and Flormont will be safe at 3rd. A room service double play ball. He threw it over the bag, but neither Tejada or Murphy could catch it.
Yeah, they're booing Parnell right here. It's not Parnell's fault. I mean, that's what he's supposed to do. You know, throw it over the bag. And it's right over the bag. Now, the communication is done before the pitch, before the batter. They're going to communicate as to who's supposed to cover the bag. when you look at it, the second baseman Murphy is playing pretty much up the middle. I mean, you would think that he'd be working with the second baseman Murphy, but he stayed behind the bag. The shortstop Tejada got over there a bit late. That's a huge break.
And Parnell gets charged with a hard luck error there. Rodriguez will pinch run for Morse. Pirates threatening, nobody out. Polanco at the plate, runners at the corners. And a base hit. And the Pirates in front, 2-1. Gregory Polanco comes up with his second hit of the afternoon.
You have to be wondering, whether it be Darno behind the plate or Parnell pitching. Polanco has done nothing but attack first pitch fastballs and hit the ball hard. And so what do you do in the first and third no out situation? Throw him a first pitch fastball right down the middle. What are you thinking? Beautiful thing. Gregory Polanco is ready for it. Short to the ball. Long finish. Another bullet.
Still nobody out. First and second, Marte the batter. 10th inning, remember, Polanco drove in the first go-ahead run off of Parnell. Ramirez would get a sacrifice fly, and then after the Mets got a run on the bottom of the 10th, Ramirez's would be the game-winning RBI, and this one's up in the air to right center. Granderson with the glasses down. And Rodriguez will head to third. Only one out as Marte flies to right. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Big insurance run right there.
Yeah, good job by Marte hitting the ball the right side. By the way, did that last night. You could tell that was his purpose, to hit the ball to the right side to move the runner up. Did so, got an assist from Daniel Murphy, who was playing first, and tried to throw Cervelli out at third. Didn't work out for the Mets, worked out for the Bucks. Now Neil Walker trying to put the Bucks up by 2.
One out, first and third. Walker facing Parnell. Throw to first, and Polanco back. Now, let me ask the question about Flormont earlier. Do you get an opportunity for Polanco to run here, maybe get 2 men in scoring position for Walker?
It's all about the jump and how quick the pitcher is to the plate.
Walker taking all the way. Had a good lead, not a great lead last time. Little number up the right side. That'll be a foul ball. Two to one, Pirates lead.
And the one thing about that first and third situation, as far as sending the runner, you want to make pretty sure that he's going to be able to get there. I mean, Neil Walker in the 3-hole today. You want to have faith in him to hit a ball in the outfield, at least a sac fly to bring home Rodriguez. And if you're not successful trying to steal, then you take the sacrifice fly option off the table.
One and two. Bobby Parnell gave up the go-ahead run in 2 of the 3 games in this series. We're thinking about what do the Pirates do bullpen-wise now. Antonio Bastardo did not work last night, so he'll get some time. And if you need a closer, Joaquin Soria is available today.
Yep.
Mark Melancon is not, after pitching 3 straight ball games. And a ground ball foul.
Never know, though. Never know. He's lurking over there. You get a big situation. Throw him in there to pinch hit.
So Jung Ho Kang available too today off the bench. Throw to first base. And Polanco gets back. Walker trying to get Rodriguez home here to get the Bucks a 2-run lead. Lays off it. Evens up the count at 2-2. Walker's hit safely in 10 of his last 11 games here at Citi Field. This one gets away. Here comes Rodriguez. Sean slides. He's safe. 3-1 Pittsburgh.
Boy, and that's on Darno.
Yeah, pass ball.
Just the ball didn't hit location, but that's a ball that has to be caught. Good aggressive play. Sean Rodriguez reading it, knew it was going to trickle far enough away.
And now Polanco in scoring position, 1 out. Payoff pitch coming to Neil Walker.
All started with a walk to Pedro Florimon. That can't make a manager happy. That's twice that Florimon has walked, leading off an inning.
Three-two. Ball 4. And Walker aboard. First and second. Mets bullpen's active. Dan Worthing will buy some time. Eric O'Flaherty, the left-hander, has been warming up. Pirates have pulled out to a 2-run lead in the 7th inning. And they've done it with 1 hit. 2 walks, fielder's choice, a pass ball, an error that was charged to Parnell, but it was really Tejada and Murphy because Parnell's throw was right where it was supposed to be, but neither player's glove was.
Yeah, that was as routine a double play ball as you were going to get. And now Parnell just turned around and I think communicated with the shortstop Tejada that those two will be working together in case of another comebacker.
Aramis Ramirez takes ball 1. Abraham today with 2 hits, 2 singles. And he's got his 3rd hit. Polanco's going to get waved home. Here comes the throw from Cespedes. It's offline. Pirates get another. Walker coming home. And he's going to have to run back to 3rd. Parnell's got him in a rundown. The Pirates end up with a run. Walker tagged out. Ramirez over to second base. It's 4-1. RBI hit for Ramos Ramirez. And here comes Terry Collins to get Parnell.
Ramos Ramirez again continues to swing a hot bat in these RBI situations. First pitch swinging, finds the hole. How about Rick Sofield being aggressive, sending the speedy Polanco around with one out. Neil Walker thinking about it, but he runs into an out, but the damage is done. Parnell.
And Neil pretty aggressive on this play, thinking he had a chance, but pitcher Bobby Parnell ended up with a baseball. Pitching change at Citi Field. Parnell is out of the ball game. Eric O'Flaherty's in. Wilmer Flores is the new shortstop, coming in as part of the double switch. He'll bat in the 9 spot, lead off in the bottom of the 7th. And left-hander Eric O'Flaherty to face Pedro Alvarez. Pedro takes a strike.
O'Flaherty gets his 5th appearance. 2 1/3 innings. 1 punch out. First 4 outings for the lefty.
Pitch in the dirt. Thomas Ramirez out at second base, and RBI base hit. You know, quietly, he has driven in runs in 8 of his last 10 games.
That's why he's here. Drive in runs. He knew it was just a matter of time after the slow start.
1-1 to Alvarez. 2 strikes. Pedro took Matt Harvey deep in the 2nd inning. There's the 17th home run Harvey has given up this year. And the 18th home run for Pedro. You see?
Not the canary.
It's not a canary, not a parakeet. But he got in here for free. To left field. That one is slicing toward the line. It'll drop in fair. Ramirez around third. He'll score. And Pedro's knocked in a run.
Well, not the prettiest hit by Pedro, but he'll take it. Tied up. I'm not sure if he knew where it went off the bat. Well, he saw it. Couldn't have thrown it out there any better.
That run will be charged to Parnell. As Ramirez comes around to score. Pirates with a 4-run 7th. And Nishikawa takes strike 1. Parnell goes just 2/3 of an inning. Book closed on him as Ishikawa puts that one in a good spot. Nobody there. It's a base hit. Well, the defense certainly letting the Mets down here in the 7th.
Rains, it pours.
Well, the Pirates with a break.
It's a head scratcher. What an inning. Leadoff walk to Florimon. The double play ball that turned into a 1st and 3rd no out situation. Polanco hits a bullet. Marte a productive out. Another walk. Base hit RBI by Ramirez. Another base hit RBI by Alvarez, and a swinging bunt from Ishikawa.
Pedro's driven in 2 today. And Stewart is the 9th man to bat this inning. And all this activity, scoring wise, has made Archimedes Caminero the pitcher of record. Bobby Parnell on the other side. Stewart doesn't have his hit yet today. He's 0 for 3. 2 on, 2 out. Flaherty ready to deliver the 1-1. Ground ball to the right side. Slowly hit. And Murphy beats him with the throw by a step. Well, Gregory Polanco kicked open the door in the 7th with his 2nd hit of the game. An RBI base hit up the middle. Getting Florimon across with a go-ahead run. Allegheny Health Network Super Bowl with more great pictures here from New York. Another good day, another multi-hit game for Gregory Polanco, his 31st multi-hit effort of the season. 5-1 Pirates now as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, as they break out for 4 in the top of the inning. And the guy on the left there is Pedro Alvarez Sr. wearing the Pedro jersey. He's certainly Happy what his son has done. With John Wayner, I'm Ted Never. Robbie Inspikowski here too. 5 runs, 11 hits for the Pirates. Mets 1 run on 4 hits. And Pedro with 2 RBIs. The Mets, Matt Harvey went 6. Gave up an earned run on 7 hits, struck out 6, and Travis d'Arnaud had a solo home run in the 2nd inning to counter Pedro's in the top of the inning. Sean Rodriguez coming in on a pass ball to score an insurance run. And Sean remains in the game, and he is out at first base now. And the new pitcher is Antonio Bastardo.
46th appearance, 4-1, 3.32 the ERA. 35 strikeouts in 38 innings. Opponent's hitches .210 against him, and I'm sure he likes the idea of being out there with a nice cushion, a 4-run lead. And he, like Caminero, has been pitching great. He's only been scored upon once in his last 11 games, covering 9 in the 3rd innings.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Met being escorted around by the stormtroopers today. Maybe they're going over to the dark side. Wilmer Flores will lead off his first plate appearance of the ball game. Went in at shortstop, part of a double switch last inning to get Eric O'Flaherty in for the Mets. .253 the average for Flores. Bastardo gets that one by him for a strike.
I'm so out of the loop when it comes to the Star Wars. I only saw the first Star Wars movie. Marte moved to left.
Andrew McCutchen off the bench and into center field.
I think I was about 12 when the first Star Wars came out.
You never bothered to see any of the next 100 movies they made?
Never.
No?
Not a one.
It's a good story.
It's based on a true story.
Of course, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, it was true. Yeah, we're told though that he got the day off from the evil empire in the Bronx. 1-2, foul back.
Quite the race over there, the AL East. The Yankees losing, just a half-game lead over Toronto. The Mets struggling a bit, but not losing any ground as the Nats continue to struggle.
The Giants got them last night. They're underway in San Francisco. No score between Washington and the Giants. On the right field side, foul and out of play. National League Eastern Division standings, 4.5 games separate the Mets and Nats. The Braves 10.5 back. Well, the Mets got to feel pretty good about things right now.
They have some help on the way. David Wright rehabbing. With the strong starting pitching, I tell you what, this was a scary looking road trip when the Pirates left PNC Park.
Popped up. Walker going out. Polanco coming in. Walker calling for it. Flores is out, 1 gone, and the Mets 7th. Playing fantasy baseball, MLB.TV serves up real-time highlights and pitch tracking info on your out-of-market fantasy players, live or on demand on over 400 devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Get MLB.TV today. Well, Bastardo out there is a bullpen counterpart, Parnell. You want to hear some numbers from this series?
Okay.
Bobby Parnell. 2 games, 2/3 of an inning. 5 hits, 6 runs, 2 walks, no strikeouts.
Mix in an error.
Yeah, and an undeserved error. He made the play, but couldn't get it done.
Pirates did miss those 2 guys. They will start the next couple of games for the Mets.
Syndergaard and DeGrom. Sounds like a law firm, doesn't it? Law firm of Syndergaard and DeGrom. Now keep in mind, next year, Rock, the Mets will get a very talented pitcher back in Zach Wheeler after injury and surgery. Don't know what the future holds for Bartolo Colon as a Met, but Zach Wheeler coming back, and Terry Collins is going to have a very talented, very strong, and very young pitching staff. Juan Lagares out on strikes.
He looked overmatched against Bastardo. The other lefty that's rehabbing, Steven Matz.
Another guy.
Very talented. Threw the fastball by him the previous pitch, and then the hard slider.
Think about Matz. He can also swing the bat, much like DeGrom. DeGrom, a very good hitting pitcher. In fact, the Mets pitchers, starting pitchers, lead the big leagues in runs driven in. Pirates are starting to catch up to him, though. 2 outs for Granderson. 0-1 the count to Curtis Granderson. Field playing 3 on the right for him. Granderson 0 for 3 in the game today. He has 1 hit in the series. It was a double in the 3rd inning Friday. So Granderson has been a non-factor offensively. That double, he didn't score, and he didn't drive anybody in, so he hasn't accomplished much offensively in this series. So Stardo's 0-2 pitch. 1-2. Pirates out hitting the Mets today 11-4. You know, one of the keys was to have Jeff Locke go 3rd time through. Almost made it all the way through the 3rd time, but still got deep enough and held the Mets to just 1 run. So an effective start, as it turns out.
Yeah. Works on a hot, humid day. Again, would like to see him stretch it out the 6th full, maybe pitch into the 7th.
Granderson looks at strike 3. Antonio Bastardo has a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th. He strikes out 2. pitcher Rob Scahill of AAA Indianapolis. He has been on the 15-day DL since the 26th of June. The right forearm issue. And today with Indy, an inning pitched, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 18 pitches. Tyler Glasnow started that game for the Indians, went 5 innings, scattered 5 hits, struck out 7, didn't give up a run.
Continues to pitch well. Not the greatest command, but
he walks 3.
He doesn't give up any runs.
Pirates with a 5-1 lead. We start the 8th inning. Pedro Flormon turns around to bat right-handed against the lefty Eric O'Flaherty. Strike into Flormon. Jordy Mercer and Josh Harrison played in that ball game again today as they continue their rehab. Neither one had a hit. 1 ball and 1 strike. Getting close to the date of September 1st, which is important to note. And this one's bounced to first. Dyer steps on the bag and there's 1 out. And the reason it's important to note that date is because that's when rosters can expand, and you've got Scahill, you got Harrison, you got Mercer. They're going to be ready to come back pretty soon. AJ Burnett going to be ready to come back pretty soon. Wrong season for that guy. He's got the Carmelo Anthony headband on.
Yeah, they may start camp in September sometime, don't they? NBA.
Now the NBA has done something interesting. Speaking of the NBA, you and I talked about this the other day. Their new commissioner, Adam Silver, wants to reward teams with better records. This one pulled into the left field corner, and Rodriguez around first, and he will pull into second base with a 1-out double.
Nicely done, Sean. Hitting's tough, especially when you don't get regular at bats. Hanging breaking ball. Well, Rodriguez hits it right on the button.
So Sean at second base, Polanco coming up. What I was talking about is that the NBA is saying that if you're a division winner, it's not as important as having a better record. So teams that have better records than division winners will be seeded higher in the playoffs. And of course, we know what the situation is in baseball this year. The National League, Pirates have the second best record. If it would finish that way, the 2 teams with the second and third best records would have a 1-game playoff, while the teams with the fourth and fifth best records, again assuming the season ended today, the Mets and the Dodgers would end up getting a regular playoff series, while the second 2 best teams would end up having a 1-game playoff. And the NBA moving away from that type of thing. A roller for Polanco. O'Flaherty not able to make the play, and Polanco is safe.
Or Blue Birds.
An error on O'Flaherty.
Terry Collins might check it out. Pretty close play. He's going to have it reviewed.
Let's see where Polanco's foot touches, and let's see if Kadire has the ball. I think he does.
And the foot stays on the bag.
This one's going to get overturned. Save another error for the Mets. It's going to take a longer look at this one.
That last one only took 32 seconds.
Terry Collins last year didn't use the challenge all that much. Using it a little more this year. They'll make the call, and Polanco's out. Call will return, so no error. It'll be 1-3 on the putout. And there's the only Managers Challenge scoreboard that we've seen. 1-1 is the score in the challenge department. Clint won one earlier. Now Collins wins one. A good challenge by the Mets manager. He's going to go to the bullpen. Carlos Torres, a right-hander, will come in as Eric O'Flaherty is out. Pirates a 5-1 lead in the 8th. I don't think she's that interested. 5-1 Pirates, top of the 8th. Sean Rodriguez at third base, 2 outs. And a new pitcher coming on for the Mets, right-hander Carlos Torres. Appeared in the game last night, came in the back of Jonathan Neese, also appeared Friday night, so it'll be his 3rd straight appearance for New York. Who had won 4 straight coming into this series. They had swept the Colorado Rockies in a 4-game series. And the Pirates came in and created a little speed bump for the Mets.
What a great series for the Pirates coming in. If they get 6 more outs, sweeping not only the series but the season series. As Kelly Johnson goes into right field.
You know, the Pirates have never done that with the Mets. They've never swept a season series against the New York Mets ever.
Wow.
I got to get 6 more outs to do it. Marte facing Torres. So with Johnson in right field, Granderson is out of the ball game. One and one to Marte. Starling with a triple in the 3rd inning. He struck out twice and flied out once. Miami has a 2-run lead over the Cardinals in the bottom of the 7th inning at Busch Stadium. This one fouled off. Also the White Sox leading the Cubs. Bottom of the 8th inning on the south side. This could end up being a good day for the Pirates if things go as planned the rest of the afternoon. Because it has been extremely difficult for anybody in the Central to gain ground. You mentioned it a lot earlier today, John, where the Cubs have been on an absolute tear, winning 15 of the last 16. They haven't gained now that much, though.
No.
Because the Pirates continue to play well. The Cardinals playing out of their minds. And the Pirates haven't been able to really gain anything. It was 2.5 going into the All-Star break. 6 to start today. A win here today, if Miami can hang on, would cut it to 5. And keep in mind, the Pirates and Cardinals still have 6 head-to-head games against one another. Ground ball to short. And late, another run scores. Marte gets the base hit. Rodriguez comes in. It's 6-1.
I don't know if anybody on this team gets down the line faster than Marte out of the right-hander's batter's box. You know, he's out in front, so he gets a good jump. I'm not so sure that Flores realized how quick he had to be.
Walker takes in the dirt. Yeah, 1 for 3 with a walk. Had a double first time up in the first inning. Pirates have added on in the 8th inning with a single run. Looking for win number 69 on the season. And with a win today, they would go to 23 games over 500. You look back, John, a handful of years ago, a little more than a handful of years ago, you couldn't even say 23 games over 500, never mind even think it.
Yeah.
How times have changed.
Just go back 2 Sundays. We left Cincinnati. We beat Cincinnati to go 18 over. And that's kind of been they've been kind of stuck at that point. And you're facing the Cubs at home, the Dodgers at home, going to St. Louis, New York, thinking, man, hopefully we can get through this stretch at 500. You end up, looks like you're going to end up going 8-3. Pretty remarkable. Without AJ.
He's been throwing too. He's not throwing off the mound yet. Marte takes off. It's ball 4 to Walker. And the Pirates with first and second. And it's probably not going to be all that long before Burnett comes back. It might be September 1st, but he says, I know he's guaranteed that he is going to be pitching again this year.
Certainly would be a disappointing way to finish a pretty long career if he didn't pitch again.
Ramirez with 3 hits and an RBI. And he hammers this one to center field. Lagares back, chasing it, and Lagares watches it bounce off the wall. Marte scores. Walker coming in behind him. 2 more runs batted in for Ramirez. It's turned into a boat race late in New York.
Yes, it has. You know, it doesn't matter how you score them. A swinging bunt, a walk. Last couple innings haven't been pretty. That's for sure. But 7 runs is 7 runs.
The 7 runs allowed by the Mets ties their season high allowed. Will walk Andrew McCutchen in his only plate appearances, more than likely. The only time he comes up. First base open and 2 out. And they will pitch to McCutchen in the on deck circle, an unfamiliar sight. Antonio Bastardo.
And I think these relievers, this is maybe as big a thrill as anything. And it's so few and far between their at bats. So I'm sure he's looking forward to it. No batting gloves. I wonder whose bat he's using.
Think he owns any batting gloves?
Probably not. Probably doesn't have any bats either. My guess is he hasn't swung a bat all year. Maybe spring training, maybe worked on some bunting.
With 2 outs, Bastardo. He's digging in. He takes a strike. He's got his own batting helmet, though. 59 on the back.
That's a surprise. I don't think he has any interest.
How about that, Rock? He's got his own bat.
The D199. Does he swing?
That's another question.
My guess is it's the Statue of Liberty play.
Two pitch. Oh, he's worked him tough, huh? He's worked a full count.
So he's listed as a left-handed batter. These guys are done.
Time to catch a train. And strike 3 called. There's the Statue of Liberty play, almost worked. Just shy of the first down. 8-1 Bucks.
By the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
The UPMC scoreboard says Pirates 8, Mets 1. Bottom of the 8th inning at Citi Field. At least you didn't look at the scoreboard. Still happy here. And why not?
It's fun to come to the ballpark.
Ramos Ramirez, big day for him. 4 hits. First time he's had a 4-hit game since August 27th of 2013 for the Brewers at PNC Park against the Pirates. Really good at this time to see his bat coming around. So he did have a slow start when he came over to the Pirates.
Now, RBIs in 8 of his last 10 games.
Guy's going to celebrate on the way home. Yoenis Cespedes to lead off for the Mets in the 8th. There's the pitch. That's in for a strike. Atlanta has beaten Arizona today 2-1. That game is a final, so the Diamondbacks now will be en route to Pittsburgh. Start a series with the D-backs tomorrow night. Garrett Cole for the Buccos, 14-6 against Jeremy Hellickson. He's 8-8.
That's a game Shelby Miller pitched, right? He was flirting with a no-hitter.
Yeah, he had no-hitter into the 8th, and then Nick Ahmed broke it up.
His ERA is in the Garrett Cole territory, 2.48 going into today.
Now the 1-1 to Cespedes. 1-2.
And he hasn't had a win, Shelby Miller, in 16 starts. Crazy.
Not getting any run support.
ERA under 2.5.
Yeah. He's doing his part. 1-2 to Cespedes from Bastardo. Trying to come in with a high pitch and foul back. Look at the hot zones of hitters. Look high in the strike zone of Cespedes. That's the cold area. He hits everything that's low very well. One, 2 in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. White Sox getting ready to wrap it up against the Cubs. It's 3-1. Top of the 9th, 2 outs in that ball game. Popped up foul and out of play.
New York is a Pirate fan for a weekend. A great weekend. Some long games. Your money's worth.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had 24 innings of baseball coming into the game today.
Yep.
10 innings on Friday night, 14 innings last night. Two balls and 2 strikes to Yoenis Cespedes. And here comes the pitch. Popped him up. Might be playable. Rodriguez will drift with it, and it keeps drifting and drifting. And a little too far for Shaw. Good effort by Rodriguez to get over there, but was down at his reach. Bastardo delivering the 2-2. Now it's high 3-2. Change the flight pattern. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. High fastball struck him out. And Cespedes gone. And Bastardo has struck out 3 of the first 4 men he has faced.
Pirate relievers have not only been outstanding, holding the Mets without any runs, but have had the strikeouts working. Saw Joe Blanton last night striking out a bunch, picking up the win.
Uribe fouls it back.
Calmanero, he's in line for the win, you
He
said,
is,
right?
yeah. The Archimedes victory today.
It'll be his 3rd in 7 games.
Yeah, about that. And remember, he had back-to-back outings where things just didn't go his way. He gave up a couple of 2-run home runs, and everyone was asking what was wrong with him. Settled down, made a couple of adjustments. Is changing speeds a little bit more often. He's looking at another victory. And the Pirates bullpen looking at their 16th straight decision. Again, that's historic. Did he go? Yes, he did. Jeff Kellogg on appeal rings him up. And Uribe's down on strikes. Another strikeout for Bastardo. That's 4.
Get ahead and get a chase. Uribe maybe thought he didn't offer. That's the view Jeff Kellogg had over there at first base. No argument from Uribe.
Daniel Murphy batting in the bottom of the 8th with 2 down, bases empty. Swings the first pitch, it jammed him, and fouls it off. Murphy with a hit in the 6th.
Fouled off behind him.
That always amazes you.
I think it's the neatest thing. It's like you couldn't do it if you tried.
Started with a multiple inning effort here today. Well, if he gets Murphy here, that'd be 6 up, 6 down as he go in the 9th.
30 pitches. It would be a save.
It would be a save, yeah. 3 innings of effective relief. Well, he's got to get this out and then 3 more.
Yeah.
If he even stays in. But it would give the Pirates bullpen, the rest of them, a break after a long couple of games Friday and Saturday. 2-1 to Murphy. That's a long strike. Broke his bat. Whoa. Gentleman made a falling catch out there. He risked life and limb for this baseball. Oh, actually, he caught it first. That's okay now, but you'll feel it in the morning. Down the line and hooking foul.
Murphy's not afraid of offering it the pitches that are in off the plate.
The starter to Murphy.
See that first one? That's the one he hit behind him.
Right.
Somehow.
Yeah, how far high and in it was. Murphy battling.
With a hanging breaking ball there.
Started with 4 strikeouts, most for him since he struck out 6 against Houston last August 5th with the Phillies. Fills up the count. Michael Kadire ready to go. He's on deck. This was a 1-1 game until the 7th inning. Over the 7th and 8th, Pirates got to the Mets bullpen for 7 runs. Matt Harvey gave up just the one today. That was the home run to Alvarez. In the air to center. McCutchen going back. He's got plenty of room. And another 1-2-3 inning for Antonio Bastardo. We'll head to the 9th. 8-1 Buccos. Buccos and Mets. Top of the 9th inning. 8-1 Pirates. Game 3 of this 3-game series. Final game of the season series. And the Pirates are 5-0 against the Mets. And are basically 3 outs away from being 6-0. And for the first time ever would sweep the season series against New York. Anthony Recker into the ballgame for Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. Facing the Pirates catcher, Chris Stewart, is Torres. He delivers a strike.
Michael Conforto out in left field as well.
Cespedes out. His last inning, you hate to say it, but his last inning has the feel of a spring training game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, let's get these outs. Ground ball up the middle. There's his hit. You knew Stewart was not going to get shut out today. He's now 1 for 5. That's what he does. He gets a hit a game.
Yep. Does not get shut out. Simple approach. Slider, stay back, stay inside.
Flormon batting lefty. Swing and a miss to him. Well, it is final in Chicago. The White Sox have beaten the Cubs 3-1.
We need Miami to hang on.
6-4 Marlins in the bottom of the 8th inning in St. Louis. Now that we're in the 16th of August, this is the official scoreboard watching season. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Flormo. That's high and away. Something to think about. If things hold serve right now, we know the Cubs have lost. If Miami can hang on and beat the Cardinals and the Pirates win here, it would be the first time since July 25th that the Pirates have won a game when both the Cardinals and Cubs have lost.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's how difficult this division has been. Sean Rodriguez takes strike 1. Sean had a double last time up. Well, 1 pitch. And a swing. And it's 0-2. How about the Baltimore Orioles today, John? Joakim Soria, I guess, is going to pitch the bottom of the 9th. The Orioles today, see what they did?
Man, the American League East, they've been putting up some big numbers.
18-2. They beat Oakland.
Nothing compared to what Boston did Friday and Saturday.
22-10. One of those games in Seattle. Adam Jones had a couple of home runs today for Baltimore. And it's news when Chris Davis doesn't hit a home run there.
Yeah, he's been on fire.
He did not get one today. Toronto beat the Yankees as that American League East race remains very tight at the top. Rodriguez swings at that pitch and goes down on strikes. 2 out. The rest of the Central, the Reds and Dodgers are scoreless out west, bottom of the 4th inning. And the Brewers in the top of the 9th look like they're ready to wrap up the Philadelphia Phillies 6-1. Ryan Braun has homered in that game, his 21st. Another good game for Polanco. Anderson, Darno, and Syndergaard talking this one over. 1-1.
I was thinking, I think Polanco was thinking about going deep again. Average up to 265. He's looking for home run number 8.
Slowly hit ground ball to the right side. And Torres gets to the bag first. The run's a hit, 1 man left. On to the bottom of the 9th. Joakim Soria coming on to wrap it up. game, the Pirates return home and get ready to host the Arizona Diamondbacks at PNC Park. Catch all of the action starting tomorrow at 6:30 with Pirates pregame presented by WB Mason on Root Sports. Garrett Cole goes back at it tomorrow night, 14-6. He's been in search of that 15th win. He'll oppose Jeremy Hellickson, who is 8-8. 8-1 Buccos are out hitting the Mets 15-4. And Joakim Soria called upon to get the final 3 outs of this one.
Just his 9th appearance, a 284 earned run average, 6 7/3 innings, 4 punch outs, 3 walks.
Looking forward to seeing Garrett pitch tomorrow night. Should have a good crowd to match game 1 of a 3-game set with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then after the Diamondbacks leave town after Wednesday's game, San Francisco Giants come in for 4 starting Thursday. Michael Kadire, the batter, swings at the first pitch, pops it up into the seats, foul, strike 1. Hey, don't forget the game times for the weekend, just if you're planning. Thursday and Friday, both 7 o'clock games. Saturday against the Giants is a 4 o'clock in the afternoon game. And then Sunday Night Baseball, 8 o'clock. Strike 2 to Kadire. Balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch to Kadire's fouled off. Remember, I told you. Well, let's see where this ball ends up. Oh, right in her lap.
That's awesome.
She didn't have to move.
I can't believe it.
Been sitting here for 20 years, never caught a ball.
Not a one.
Ball found her. She'll put it away. 0-2 pitch. That's in the dirt. Well, they've gone to the 9th inning in St. Louis, still 6-4 Miami. Remember earlier I told you from July 25th, this would be the first time the Pirates would win while both the Cubs and Cardinals lose, if that stands up. It's only happened 10 times all year.
That's amazing.
Kadire down on strikes. 1 gone for the Mets. Pirates 2 outs away from their 13th sweep of the year. And a big reason today, the 4-hit performance of Aramis Ramirez. 3 singles and a double, 3 RBIs for the Pirate third baseman. Gregory Polanco, a triple and an RBI base hit. Knocked in the go-ahead run in the 7th inning off Bobby Parnell. You start talking about sweeps, Rock. 13 of them. Once they get 2 more outs here. The last time the Pirates had 13 sweeps in a season, have to go back to 1991. And there's still 47 games left in this season.
Yeah.
$40,250 showed up today.
Not many left.
And with a win here today, the Pirates will go to 21-8 against the National League East.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. You look at the divisions and which is the strongest division, the Central.
Pirates are 14-2 against the West. Strike 3 called. Stood him up with a breaking ball. And Anthony Recker goes out on strikes. Second time for him. Or first time for him, I should say. Darno struck out in that spot in the 6th.
Soria get any help? Maybe a little. Still pretty good pitch. Too close to take.
And a ground ball by Kelly Johnson. Ramirez has it, and this should do it. Pirates sweep the Mets. They sweep the season series against the New York Mets for the very first time in franchise history. And they're raising it here at Citi Field. Big day for Ramirez. Soria.